Alrighty. Hello. I am Chris from Airwindows, and I got a variety of things to do today. It says on the description that I'm going to be tinkering with Godot Engine stuff. That basically means I'm going to see whether I can get anything new to happen with that arrangement cards game idea. And I've got some new reverbs to measure on Audition. This time I did not make you sit through grinding away and generating all of these. Instead, I'm just going to evaluate them, which will go more quickly. But before even that, it's cold. I have my cup of coffee, but it's cold in here, and so I need to make a fire. I kind of left it for too long, honestly. I could have started earlier, but no matter. So that's one of the things I need to do. We're going to be seeing a lot more of this as the winter wears on. A whole lot more of it. With a bit of luck, however, I can get this up and going. And at that point, we can see about the reverbs. I listened to some of them, which is more than I'm going to do most days. It's taking probably not less than an hour, no matter what, to do the reverb work I'm currently doing. I can tell you the new changes I've made to Into the Matrix. If anybody is actually an Into the Matrix user, I do have an update for that, which is what I'm currently using with it. And it is, the stuff that I changed is actually downloadable and available. So what I'm going to do here is see if I can get any heat moving up the chimney so smoke doesn't go everywhere. Sometimes it doesn't like to light. I'll see what I can do with that. I've got water in this kettle here. This thing's going to start spinning when it actually warms up, which is going to be a little while. It'll probably be warmed up by the time dinner is ready. So again, I could have done more as far as getting this going earlier. But funnily enough, I was out voting today because my town has a thing going on where they're trying to fix up the town hall. And it's apparently more complicated than it looks, but they're trying to fix up the town hall. The prices are kind of raising because that's what's happening in our economy these days, is everything's going kind of out of control because it's being made to go out of control. And they did a whole town meeting thing to work out, do we get to fix the town offices or do they just fall apart and collapse? Which apparently some people like the idea of doing. I don't think it's a good idea. I'm not in favor of town offices falling apart and collapsing. I think that they should fix them. And the town voted on fixing them. And then there was some other kind of problem, so we had to go and vote on it again. I got in about 45 minutes after, maybe 30, 45 minutes after they opened up for voting on just the two budget items, or do we get to fix the town offices? Town hall, technically. And I was like the 13th person to show up. But with a bit of luck, more people will. And it might mean that people who are willing to fix the falling apart town offices are showing up and being present. And that would be cool. So yeah, I was busy doing some of that this morning, and didn't get my fire going, but I did all of the work around rendering out those reverbs that I was telling you about, which I will show. But more like I'm just gonna run through and generate them. And I have been very plug-in busy at the moment. Like I've got the denoise. I could put out denoise this coming weekend. If people are really excited about that, that's something that I can do. I also have a finished and working version, including all of the ports to different formats for fat EQ. And that's the one where, rather than like what I do in pointy guitar, where we're distorting the summed version of all the EQ moves and then repeatedly distorting it as it goes through, fat EQ, rather than changing gain on bands, will either fatten, distort, and saturate given bands or anti-saturate them, like I started to do in density. And I have an update to do on density because apparently I can make it do its thing better. I had the polarity flipped in there somehow. So that, but then also I have Console X2 in its signed AU and VST versions on my main computer, so I could be setting that up. Like, I'm technically ready to put together a sort of working prototype version without any GUI of Console X2, which is sort of what I was waiting on for doing further recording of some kind. Speaking of doing things, I should put another log on this fire. But so Murph Tim says, I made a program that measured the sample delay and outputs 1 or true or something like that. If it is a positive delay and something else if it is a negative delay. Cool, fair, seems like a thing. I wonder whether I can make this fire up a bit better than it is. It is being a little slow at getting going. I don't even feel much heat from this yet. Given that that's what it's there for, it seems like a bit of an oversight. I could be feeling some heat from this. There we go, that looks a little more promising. Hey. So I will be returning to that. What I was telling you about was this. I made these. And of course there is the skinny mid-rangey version. This is what I'm going through and measuring first. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of a more chill day, although I'll probably be able to talk more coherently with a bit of luck. largely because I'm not doing heavy plugin developing work. I suppose it's possible I'll start working on the Godot thing and start clicking with that and cease being able to speak coherently, but we'll see. What I did to produce these is this is the new version of Into the Matrix. Here's how it changed. Also, I think I can latch that it started burning. Can do that with it. So here's what's changed with Into the. As you can see, I have 2 buttons on it now. The other buttons still exist in the program. They're off screen, if this little area counts as a screen. And I've been basically doing 6x6s. The reason the 4x4 is there is because I foresee putting a little more effort into doing those and putting out something like, I don't know, I was going to call it like garden or whatever, garden of useful small householder matrices. Because, of course, the 4x4 is a more normal householder matrix. It's the one that people are generally more familiar with. And the 6x6 is just something that I kind of made to work. I've got this there, which is, it's counting 16 million. This is where it'll spit out operating stuff. And then when you're finished, hey Calbless, you hit stop, and it quits and copies its contents to the clipboard. What contents, you may ask? Well, here's what I was doing all last night. Is I run it and it selects a room size, and I'm setting it up so that it kind of randomly generates room sizes as well. As you can see underneath, where it starts at 125 seats and goes to 1,008 seats with a fairly reasonable distribution. The way I did that was starting with a initial random value and then kind of expanding onwards on it repeatedly. And what it's doing is it is filling in 2 text fields that are off screen from this. Like, I can move this around, and there is more area with Godot controls hiding behind this area. If you could resize it, it would do that. And there's 2 areas where we've got information on what this reverb matrix is. So I made a change in some of the code, and I think it's a good change. I'm going to see. So what I had been doing was setting it up to run about all this. Ooh, I actually just saw that myself. I will have to catch up with Pekka later on that in terms of watching his video. Apparently he is, I don't know any more of it than you do. In fact, you might know more than I do, because I haven't watched the video yet. I had to go and get online and do my thing. But I have every intention of watching his video. And I can't say as I'm incredibly surprised. It's kind of like, yeah, okay, apparently you were real, because since you're real, you made somebody mad, and so he is having some kind of problem. Says he can't do it any longer. I would say signing up for that kind of thing, starting to do it in the first place, that's a pretty grueling job, even as a secondary job, or trying to get together that information and so on, knowing that you're calling out people who behave very badly, and they may very well go and behave very badly at you, and just immersing yourself in it. it reminds me of the Behind the Bastards podcast. Maybe they will take over some of the slack. It really is kind of very much like Behind the Bastards podcast. And the deal with the Behind the Bastards podcast is Robert there seems just to be this weirdly broken person, and he finds what he's doing amusing and also horrifying. I still remember the episode that I rewatch sometimes, Behind the Bastards, about Action Park. And it was Robert and Garlic Davis, maybe? I don't remember their last names very well. Who is this adorable twink boy. And they were both on the podcast. And in this case, it was Gare Davis, I think, must have been, who was telling Robert about this astonishing amusement park in New Jersey, run by a libertarian man who set it up to do all these terrible, terrible things. And Robert was just over the moon, hearing all this awful stuff. Like the man in Action Park tried to do a water slide where the water slide did a loop-de-loop and then spat people out at the bottom because he didn't know any better. And he was like, why don't I just do this? It'll be great. And they did this. They sent mannequins down. The mannequins would be coming out without limbs and heads and so on. And he adjusted or refactored it until the mannequins were no longer coming out with missing limbs and heads and things. And then they sent staff people down and offered them $20 to test it. And all of the staff people were children at this park. And they actually put it into service for a brief period of time. People would come out with cuts and abrasions. It was not for like missing nails and things. It was because teeth were being ripped out of people's heads and embedded in the foam at the top of the loop-de-loop. And so people were getting abraded by teeth that had been lost in previous attempts. Oh, yeah. And Gare is another fairly twisted individual and could not stop laughing talking about all of this. And Robert was just so charmed. He just loved this so much. He was like, oh, this is the best man ever. I want to go to this park. I'm so sad that I didn't get to go to this park when it was existing. And they were laughing. He was like, this is the best thing ever. This ride was biting people as they went by with teeth that were ripped from previous experience of the ride. Good morning, Robert. So yeah, Pekka abandoning Vatnik soup. He never seemed to be the kind of person who really enjoyed what he was reporting on, because he's not a twisted, horrible person like Robert of Behind the Bastards or Gare. Honestly, I think the interesting thing about those guys, or Robert's a guy, I think Gare is non-binary. You look at them and it's like that could easily go either way. I see it. Robert was talking extensively during this Behind the Bastards episode about Action Park, about how he was so thrilled and delighted and it was his favorite thing ever, and he was just bereft that he wasn't able to go and be drunk and buy acid from children at this park. It's like you'd have to work really hard not to buy LSD from children working at this park. And it was, of course, a very popular park because it was wildly dangerous and out of control in every possible way, and everybody was drunk all the time. And like the difference, I think, between somebody like Robert and somebody like Pekka, who I think is also Finnish, and I can relate to that. Like, I have Finnish blood myself, so he always seemed to be like talking about all the stuff that he was talking about. He was reporting on it, but he got no joy out of any of it. Is Robert from Behind the Bastards has the meanest sense of humor, short of maybe Gare Davis, or probably including Gare was just finding it all very amusing. But Robert always says the most horrifying things. He is the worst of edgelords, and as near as I can tell, lives his life as a normal, decent, nice person. The best of my understanding, he is actually a good guy. But he is very aware of his dark side and the sense of humor that has him thinking these horrible, awful things. And he basically just accepts it. Yeah. And, well, that is the difference, Calplus, between Robert and Pekka, is that Pekka is reporting on it. I don't think people are laughing at Vatnik Soups. People will definitely laugh at Behind the Bastards because Robert worked in Cracked magazine before he started doing Behind the Bastards. And by the way, stove is coming along pretty good. I might even be able to engage the this thingy and make that start going. There we go. We are underway. It is going to become warm. Also, GIMP 2, I'm glad that you're enjoying doing that. The different reverb plugins and stuff. That sounds cool. But yeah, I'll watch Pekka if I want to be brought up to speed by somebody whose take I basically trust. On stuff that maybe I should know about or be aware of. I think I was aware of the thing that blows my mind about Pekka is he did not seem to be up to speed with the extent to which the same people he was reporting on were affecting politics in the United States. He would be acting as if that wasn't really fundamentally central and exactly the same kind of thing he's always been talking about. Maybe it's because he's not an American, but is Finnish. But I'd watch that with this sort of grim seriousness and be like, oh, I better check out what is going on here. Behind the Bastards is very different. Behind the Bastards is a comedy podcast about the horriblest people ever. And there's something about that is valuable in the same sense that the inflatable people at protests in Portland have value, because that's apparently the latest thing is you hire an inflatable costume like a frog or a unicorn or something like that, and that's now the protest. People derping around looking very silly. And Behind the Bastards is kind of like that. He has done some very informative things which I feel count as reporting in their own right, in the sense that they are a perspective you can easily miss, which relevant to what Calplus is raising, the idea of people laugh and move on, which may not be good. It's an interesting thought. I'm not sure to what extent that actually is relevant, because Behind the Bastards did some episodes on some of the Nazi war criminals, some of the folks like the guy that ran the SS, Himmler, I think, and went into great historical detail in a way that I felt was plausible as anything Pekka has ever explained. And yet, this man who was responsible for creating the SS was a giant mess. Somebody with a bunch of weird problems who brought them to his work and was in a rivalry with other potential Reich functionaries, and it was a giant battle for control all the time, and they were exactly like the American government as it currently stands. It really wasn't different. And the interesting thing about that is that they were not more competent than the people we're living through right now. They were not really that much more competent. They were not like incredibly disciplined German people with the plan to rule for 1,000 years. They were a bunch of weird freak people with insecure problems and kinks and twistedness. One of the most effective fighters in an early part of their paramilitary arm was a gay man, and he got drummed out only after it was safe to get rid of him without obliterating like the violence arm of the party at the time. But it was always a giant mess. People are just people throughout history. The most horrifying things that people do are just within the realm of what people can get up to doing. And the ones that have been the worst throughout history are not necessarily special, more dangerous people or whatever. They just managed to ride a pendulum swing in the direction of bad things happening. Somebody else who I sometimes watch, it's a guy that was being interviewed by Lincoln Project, was talking about economic collapse in the 1930s. And he was telling a story that things back then were very similar to what things look like now, which I found a plausible. It's the same deal. It's like, yep, this was not a special, unusually bad scenario. It's just stuff happening the way stuff happens until it happens in a direction where it's bad and something else has to happen. By the way, I had mentioned that I was running this while talking for the purpose of demonstrating something. I do intend to go through here and measure these, and this is what I'm doing to generate these in the first place. Also, Erica, as I saw that, let me get back to you in a moment. So the way into the matrix, and this is the one that you would download if you went to the GitHub now to get it. One thing about it that I changed, you see this 48138 and so on. This is a count of how many it's tried. And when it says of 16 million, I had a thing where if it went long enough without having found a new, better version, it just stopped. And I've been running that in the belief that I could have stuff be more or less optimal. I didn't have to wear out the computer too hard, and everything would just kind of run until I was like, yeah, that's good enough, I will stop, rather than running it for 8 more hours without getting a new version. That's why it says update 12 at least 23.739 to 1. Is it's gone through that many, and that's the last time it actually updated. So if it was to do it again, if it was going to flash and draw a different picture on there, that would mean that it found one that beat the previous one that it's recorded, and then it would say update 13 at least 51704 of to 1. And that's how that works. And so it had been set up so that if it got that to a high enough number, it would just stop. I had an opportunity to do a natural test on what actually worked with this because I ran a batch of these overnight to the point where, and I was running this batch of it, and it was saving the 4 most recent updates for each program, and I ran 14 of them. So that gave me hours more work to do in the morning when I went and calibrated all these. But it meant that all the previous ones started earlier on. All of those were pretty much October 11th, and they're dated. It shows you when it is produced. And then pretty much every single one had come up with one update over the, like midnight to around 7 or so when I checked in with it. They'd pretty much all generated one final update on October 12th. So I had a natural database where most of the examples shown, and I will show you it now. I will stop this. It copies and quits, and I've moved over to BP Edit. If I paste, this is what it just spent its time producing. All of the ones that you're seeing in the file underneath were made like this. And it would say, 2025, 10, 11, 3 times, and there would be one further one, like it would be like this. And there would be one at the end of each one that was 10, 12. If I went through and evaluated all of these for quality, I'd be throwing almost all of them away, which is how this basically works, and keeping only the ones that were better. There are 3 times as many of the 11s as there were of the 12s, but the 12s were always the last one. The experiment becomes, check all of them to see if they are good. Are the proportions of what ends up being best 3 parts 11 to 1 part 12 or not? If they were literally all 12, that means that the longer I run this, the better, and it always will make it better if it finds anything new to beat the previous one. If they were all 11, I'm on the wrong track, and I would have to figure out how to tap into earlier parts of the run, because it would be kind of overthinking itself and going too far to the point where the results were worse. I got to do this experiment with an entire run of the reverb generation, and the end results were roughly 50-50, maybe slightly predominant towards the 12, not the 11. That meant that the longer I run each individual program, the more likely it is to come up with something that's actually good. And keeping around multiple instances of earlier attempts, which is what this test case was in fact doing, wasn't necessarily correct. And I got that out of the test. Which led us here. Because here we have a whole batch of these test files, and I measure them in this way. And I apply markings using this little reference card. And the ones with a very large score on this reference card, which I color code as red, or orange, yellow, etc., it is a increasing quality in the way of sounding transparent and distant, because peak energy is predominating over RMS energy in the reverb tail, and that's kind of all I'm measuring. So the 30 examples I've generated over last night, I just set it up so that rather than going up to a certain amount of, it doesn't count to the same thing anymore and stop. Instead, it simply does not stop unless the total number go to like 16 million, which it would take days to do that. I'm not really bothering with it because running more instances of the program is almost more useful. But this time, rather than having them stop, it continued to run them overnight and on into the morning, and up to actually fairly just a couple of hours ago when I stopped and started generating all of these. And so now I am going to see whether I have a higher proportion of successful runs than previously. If so, that speaks well for me being able to find better reverbs going forward. Also, before I jump in and do this, because this is going to require me breaking out the Pocket Calculator, it's going to go pretty fast. But before I do that, Ericus Ansius had a question. says, "Hi, I've been mixing for 3 or 4 years, and so far I constantly find that the result of my mix sounds like a goodish live performance instead of sounding like a record. Any advice to get better?" I like live performances fairly often. You might find that that is more successful than you think. I would ask, what does better mean to you? Because that's the thing you're going to be looking into is, how do you define live performance? How do you define record? If you don't understand what the difference is between live performance and record, that might speak towards your not being able to get from one to the other. Because that's the thing, like, what genre of music even are you talking about? Are you metalhead? Are you indie rock? Had a funny thing this morning. I was watching an Anthony Fantano thing, and he had done an interview with a guy about indie rock, and I was like, I'm not that into this indie rock regarding these people talking about it. It seems to be just stuff that isn't very enthusiastic or good. And that's weird. I mean, cool and all, but I can see why I'm not lighting up and going after this stuff. Somebody also mentioned, I'm ruining my child by playing her Talking Heads. And first of all, I don't think Talking Heads count as indie rock because that's like Sire Records back in the day. They were a major band. And secondly, I don't think they count as quirky and inaccessible as much as you'd think, because there's also that funk aspect going on and that creative, like they're closer to what was called back in the day krautrock than to indie lackadaisical stuff. They were being run by David Byrne, who was something of an authoritarian guy and had strong opinions about how everybody should play. So there's a distinction between indie and casual. And indie and casual are not always the same thing. Seeing as I don't have an immediate reaction from Ericus, let's run through doing this stuff now. Keeping half an eye on the wood stove. Let's see how quickly I can do this, and then we can play with Godot or do something like that. At some point, I'm going to get into Minecraft again. Perhaps not today. Here's how we do this. Generous rock, fair. Average RMS, 22.07. That is not going to pass. What I'm looking at here is I'm measuring this stuff, and unless it goes above a certain rating, like this is probably going to make it, 22.90 plus 0.15. Bloop. And I'm going to go and throw out most of these without even listening to them. Technically, that's not true. I did listen to these before, but often I won't. Often I will just go, that's not going to make it even to 22. Nope. Because this is all measuring a mid-range filtered version of the reverb. Because I've worked out that if I get a high score on that, it translates to sounding a certain way. Okay, 2269, that's not going to make it. And if I do it this way, I don't have to measure everything for the other measurement I'm going to do. And I'm hoping for 24 and up in this measurement. But I will only go accept 23 and up compensated by the room size. Room size is the first number. Nope. And usually if I'm feeling it, I can go through this pretty quickly. But this is hours of my morning every day. 168 plus 30. That is very close to 22. I need to get it to 23. Maybe this long run overnight didn't actually amount to anything. And again, I'm looking at that 318 and going, it needs to get up to 23 total. That's 2287, so I'm thinking that did. 22.87 plus 0.31. These are just kind of the way I do this. It's mostly about being able to burn through it fairly quickly. There is no way I am aware of to generate reverb impulses and know whether they are going to be clear in the mid-range, even if you know that filtering everything and then measuring it for peak energy versus RMS energy will translate to being clear in the mid-range. More RMS tends to be more opaque. One thing about it, I'm getting through these fairly quickly. And again, what I'm hoping to do is run across numerous examples where they measured well, where they performed well at all different room sizes. Because the thing that I'm looking for, hey John Dub, is not necessarily easily definable even to any particular size, room size. Although one thing I am working out is that it's almost purely random as to whether I'm going to be finding these correctly or not. Oh, hey, that made it to 23. 55 plus 0.45. So that one gets color-coded in blue. And this is all to try to find the rare instance of one where it performs incredibly well by this metric, which, again, I cannot synthesize anything to perform directly on this metric. I have to go through the genetic algorithm and random generation process, and I don't actually have a way of running it through the reverb impulse. This one's going to work. Might be the high score. 22 plus 0.54. 23.45. That's actually going to be color-coded green. What I'm really shooting for is red and orange on the Fletcher-Munson filtered version of the thing. But there's no telling what's actually going to produce that effect. I can just tell that if it's like 0.2166, nothing I add to it is going to make it be 23. It's adjusted by room size so that the larger ones can still show up. Oh, I think we might have another. Nope. Very close. But no. And it's such fine details. Nope. There are such small distinctions between these that it's useful because they do end up sounding very similar. And so I'm trying to zero in on a particular behavior that I have associated with particular measurements. But if you just went and listened critically to all of them, it would just drive you crazy and you wouldn't be able to tell. There would be too many examples. Just looking at that one, I can tell it's no good. And I throw another log on the fire. It's cold and I have given myself sniffles. So finished with this, we get to play with other things. That super is not one of my end results. They can show up at any size. Somewhat less likely to show up at these large sizes. My fond hope is that I'm eventually going to run across one where it's like, yep, it is an 1,000-seater arena and it is measuring 24 on this scale. We did not get there with this. Or, I think, although you never can tell, I mean, I'm filtering, though. So filtering in this way gives me a little preview into what it is. There's my filtered versions. I can get rid of those. Now I can actually show you what we're doing. So listen to what these first two beats, or first few beats, sound like. They all end up sounding different. But I should sort it by name. So this is one of the higher performers, which isn't saying much for this group. See, they're all reverbs. It's a question of which one sounds good. But they all sound different. All of the reverbs I've made in this way are using this kind of technology, so they all sound slightly different from each other. It's not adjusting filters around them or anything. They all legitimately sound different. Here's another one of the higher performers. And this is the one that probably did best of this entire lot. I didn't get any high performance out of this batch. This is the best of the lot in certain measurements. And they all have different sort of resonances. So I have to come up with ways of evaluating these apart from like listening to them and trying to devise ways of thinking about them. One thing I do know is that as the seat number gets larger, the apparent room size gets bigger. And you hear how that one has this sort of funny overtone going on? And then this largest one, 1000. So firstly, we're going to just delete all these. This time we listen to them. Usually I won't even listen to them. I'm generating them all only to go and immediately do something else. In this case, it is measuring the LUFS of all of these, and then I get to move on to doing other stuff. So here's another example of more numbers. I hit Analyze, and this one's giving me LUFS, which is loudness units full scale, and it's kind of like an offset of RMS power. It's not really, but I'm also using a very small RMS window. LUFS doesn't really relate to RMS window. The average, minimum, and maximum here are what relate to RMS window. LUFS in this case is 15.53 plus 0.54, 1607. I've got that color coded as purple. It's one of the lowest scores you can have. So all across the measurements, yesterday's work took hours and didn't actually give me anything. But this is looking a little more interesting. 17.25 plus 0.15, so maybe not all that interesting. That's reading as coded green. I'll see whether maybe one of these end up with a very high score. If not, I'll go and find one and show you. Analyzing this, I do too much of this stuff and I start looking like Pekka Kakayaman, or whatever his last name was. 17.56. But this is how I get the reverb, so I gotta do it. Plus 0.31. 17.87. Hey, we got a coded yellow. Again, red is optimal. We have two entirely separate measurements going on here. 17.41 plus 0.45. 17.86, we got another yellow. So the first one that I'm measuring is going to give me more or less the mid-range clarity. That's what you're going to hear if you're listening to the reverb over, say, a cell phone. In general, that's what is making it sound clear and transparent, like a big sort of empty space that you're easily hearing into. The one that I've just added, like the green, yellow, yellow, purple there, that is the overall RMS versus measurement, where more peak energy is better. And more peak energy means that the general body of the reverb is going to sound emptier and clearer, not just the mid-range. So we're first measuring based on the mid-range thing should be higher for it to be better, and then we are measuring the overall sound should be higher and better. And the final part of this process, which I will go through because we've only got 4. I could simply throw this away, but I'm not going to. It lives in this file. If I can get it together and open the file. This is a giant list of all of the stuff I have in this folder. And this is a giant list of everything that I went through to process these guys overnight. This is what it produced. 30 examples of stuff. So which ones do I copy over to this other list? Well, we'll find out by going and looking at what I now can't see because it's hidden behind the other thing. So you get out of the way. These are the ones that I'm copying over. So I'll start with 154 seat. That means I'll find however many of these there are. In this case, that loop symbol means there was only one in the file. We'll set that down there. So I copy that and paste it in here. That's a start. Next, 318 seat. That was the only one. If there's more than one, I can continue it and go 318 seat 25134 x6, or however many of those I need. They are unique identifying numbers at this stage. It's taking some of the constants from the reverb impulse itself. Like, you can see how it says 318, and then here's the 251, and here's the 34, and here's the 241. So we're making a code number out of what these actual values are. So even if there's multiple values of the same seat size, I can still identify which one it is. 457. And this file, there it is. Copy that, paste it into here. I don't really need to do this because none of these are exceptionally high performers, but I'm going to do it anyway because this is what I do every day. Also note that if I just do 546, actually there was only one, but I mean it could have showed up in these other numbers too. In this case, it is, in fact, this one that I want. Paste that in there, save double winners. And now it's time to get rid of all of these because all of them failed. That's all the ones that that did not make the cut. Delete. I will start over again tomorrow with another list of 30 possible examples. And now we get to just take these and throw them in here. And if we sort by tags, we see where everything ended up. So the ones that I generated overnight, also through the new process of running the thing and not even having it stop, just having it continue and continue. The ones that I did today fit in basically here, which is fine. This was the smallest green blue. Then we've got a couple of these. One thing you'll notice, and then the one at the top here is one of the few purple greens. And then I will show you what these higher scores sound like. But you'll notice also that when you're down around here, they sound very similar to each other, because they have similar performances, similar behaviors. They're producing similar sound densities of peak versus RMS. And then ones that are much emptier in the overall, you don't hear as much of the afterwards because it's being constructed of peak energy instead. Compared to the opposite, that's more clarity in the mid-range, but substantially less peak energy overall. Compared to this, you don't hear as much of the sustain, even though it's a fairly, well, it's not that similar of a size, but there's one that's a similar size. And then we go up to the ones that I'm actually looking for. For instance, here is the largest of orange-red. Not as much of that noise going on. And I can continue skipping down here. There is a fairly recently produced 437 seat that is blue-red. This is the kind of sound that I could make a reverb out of. Immediately above it is K Station, which you've already got. There's a certain amount of resonance in the lower mids here, which is what helps it work as a vocal reverb. And then here's K Guitar Hall, very dense but very clear in the mid-range. So that has a certain kind of fullness to it. What I'm looking for is ones that are even more sustained. And I'm not counting ones like these. That is artificially rating as high. I don't even really need to bother saving this, I just have it. Because the way this is working, it's converging to a score, but then I'm adding the room size to it, divided by 10. Problem with that is I'm converging to a score and then adding like 9.46 to the score, which automatically makes it read incredibly high, and that's fairly worthless. So I'm not that interested in these ones that I produced. Here's another example of the same kind of thing. But I do also have some just below, which are in the 1,000 seat range, and these are more like actually a good performance. Here's a 949. It's a pretty large space, but there's a degree of clarity there. And then just below that, I have a 1,000 seat. So that's a fairly large-sized room, but it's not artificially being boosted. This is another example of something that I could use as a large room reverb. And then we keep going. For instance, here's the one that you just got. This was one of the artificially large ones. K-Alien Spaceship. That's how this one performs here. So it was one of those unreasonably large ones. I'm trying to do much smaller ones now. And that's the one you just got. So here is all of my possible examples. Here's another 1,000. Here's a 1680. That might be more, because by the time they're like 4,000, 9,000 or whatever, they're artificially being boosted. But this might be one of my better performers for actually plausible sounding halls. It's just being measured in such a way that so that might be a high-performing hall. And I'm continuing to do these in hopes of coming across more like this, where you could use it as a good-sounding hall. Also, my apologies, I have a lawnmower going outside. It probably won't last for that long. Big hall with guitar in it. So that's bigger than K Guitar Hall. And yet it is as close as I've got to actually large sounding. Oh, here's yet another example. This one's drifting in the direction of excessive largeness. It's a 3,000-seater hall, just about. Yep, so lawn mowing it is, I guess. I can put the SD card away. Get back to that later. And we're going to move on to fooling around in Godot, having successfully got through all of this. But not before I take a moment, rinse my coffee cup out, do a brief pit stop, and throw another log on the fire because the fire is running out. Yeah, it's always about the interesting reverb tails for these. Let's see, what might be a good sound for my big room sound with a lawnmower mixed with it. Sorry about that. I have no option other than to mix the lawnmower with it. We're stuck with it. Doing a little better than it was, but still a little bit of a problem. And I really would like to think more about the genres of music that I make. You're hearing a very synthetic piece, this. Is all about the modular synthesizers and stuff. On this album I did do like guitars and things, Fender Rhodes. There it is. Mention a Fender Rhodes and it appears. But then there's a lot of other kinds of music. I think one of the reasons I was doing this synthetic style at the time, and this is something I consider quite a lot, I didn't have the technical capacity to do, like, I don't know, rock styles of music at the time. I could want to, but it wasn't really going to happen because I wasn't going to be able to get it to come out in the final mix. So I ended up doing stuff like this because this would come out in the final mix. And I think that is a very common thing. What motivates me to do the plugins is I want to bring people the ability to do stuff and have it come out. It's like the person who was asking me earlier, how can I make stuff sound more like a record and less like a live track? And of course you have to define, well, what is a record, what is a live track? But that's exactly the kind of problem I'm talking about, is when stuff is, you do the work on it, and yet you're not hearing back what you want to hear in the final mix. It's a really interesting concern. And I do plugins to try to aid in that conundrum. I'll be right back. fuel there. Okay, that'll do. That'll do, we're good. I mean, I could let it play all through, but this is actually a album I have on Bandcamp. So if you like that, you can get it. Been a while since I've made one like that. Let's get chat more visible and stretch it out a little bit, and then jump into the other thing I said I was going to do. John Daub, I have not actually seen Lawnmower Man, no. I think I'm aware of what it is, but no, I have not seen that one. So this is what I was doing. You know what? I'm going to make chat take a smaller space. With luck, I can still see anybody talking. So here is the current version of Into the Matrix. It is up on GitHub. If you would like to use this, you may. I've got all manner of comments stuck in here just as text. You don't get to see this because you only get to see what's within the faint blue line here. That's the window size. But all this stuff still works. Like these are preset to these settings, which I arrived at through experimentation, but you could override them anytime. It would be fine. Set them to be whatever you like, change them to do whatever. The reverbs get generated in these boxes. The most recent one is probably the best, but I'm keeping one previous one just because I get to have twice as many possibilities for stuff that might end up sounding good. Who can say whether maybe the most high performance ones of an entire run, the second most high performance one, is not also pretty good. When I did 4 of these, and here is the code by which I copied them over. Code 2 and then plus code 1. These are carriage returns. Set the clipboard to that and quit. Here's how I generate the seat numbers. Start with, technically I'm starting with this number. I'm diving into the golden ratios again. It's a meme. It's not actually doing anything useful. I'm just doing it because it's fun that way. So we start with a 61 seat, 61.8 seat. And then add random integer of 61 times golden ratio. Then again, we take the result of this, which is already an add, and then add another random of that times the golden ratio 4 times over, ends up getting a probability distribution where it's largely going to be kind of centered because it's like a Gaussian noise. The randomness of it is going to cause things to tend to settle in the sort of middle range. But you're also capable of getting random 0 every single time, meaning that it'll start out as a 61 seat and probably go even smaller. Or the largest range is well up into the thousands. And if I wanted them all to be well up into the thousands, I could show you how this works. So suppose you run this. Well, it's taken a while to do it, but when you do actually run this, we don't actually get to see the number, but if I brought it into the screen, you would be able to see it. I'm not actually bothering to show you the number anymore because I was getting too hung up on that and wasting time sorting things and stuff according to what the number was. But then if you run it, we start to get a sense of how big the room size was. And this is one of the larger ones. That's an 857 seat hall. That's a 652. So it's going to be probably around 900, 1,000 or so. And it's just working its way through what best performs in those ways. But then if I, for instance, doubled this, see now it's 4, now they're 8 rather than 4. And I can still run it. And I can still do this random thing, but what's going to happen is it's now going to generate a way, way, way larger room. Most likely. You can see it's thinking of a larger room because there's more space in the screen. The screen leaves enough room for the reverb size. And it seems to have stopped at its first idea. That's apparently a good performance, and so we'll try again. And we'll see what size this is. And again, we are kind of settling on larger spaces now. If I was to go and move this to where it is visible, we would see what that new random number was. 1900, 5,000. And then if we try to generate one based on that, it's actually still finding smaller rooms, but it's going to try to expand outwards. We're going to try to find ones that are bigger. And that this application just kind of runs trying to do this stuff. It's just trying to make this thing work. I feel like there is not a great way to arrive at this stuff. It was all a series of experimentation and wandering into the direction of what's going to perform nicely for this. Here's another one. That's another rather large size. We'll see whether it can even generate a, yep, that's an 870 seat hall. We seem to be leaning on smaller sizes, which immediately makes me wonder if none of these are actually giving me a small size, what would happen if I also added another 4 random things? This is going to tend target seats to become quite large. See, and now it's 31,000. It may or may not run if I run it at this size. See, it's getting a little beach ball. It's getting stuck. And so this is interesting. We're doing a whole bunch of updates at this size, but it's struggling to do what I asked. So I guess we're doing a little bit of debugging of this program today. I was going to do another one, but I think it's going to be this one. Because the requesting a room size of 31,000 seats and having it hovering around 700 does not seem correct. If I leave this here, it's going to continue forcing it to to do that stuff. So what do we got going on here that's forcing it to gravitate towards smaller scores? The answer is, I'll try to tell you. Meanwhile, the wood stove seems to be going good. Back to the code. Longest and shortest. So what I'm looking for as I go through this, and it'll be pretty much the same for all of these, so I'll be updating it every place it appears. I'm looking for where I'm weighting it to smaller sizes, perhaps without knowing that I'm doing that. So we scoot right up to the top here. Here's our arrays. Target seats text to float times 618. So we have an array size limited to a certain amount. Oh, but there's a square root in there. Look at that. Square root. So if it was 31,000, square root of that is 176. 176 times 618 is 108,000, of which we can only do 23,000. So that was clearly, array size doesn't stretch up that far. That is one concern. However, that's not really gonna, let me walk through this again. How about I go backwards from array size? 23,000 divided by 618. This is the square root, the maximum square root that I can have for target seats. That's 37.21. So times 37.21. So to not run into this problem, all of my target seats have to be 1,384 or less. That's interesting, in order to get it to work this way. I could do a little testing and see whether I can break array size. Like, I'm almost sure that if I do this, I can crash the program. Let's find out. 6 by 6, 30,000. It'll make an array that is too big. It'll do its little spinny beach ball thing, and presumably not come up with the answer. And sure enough, I think that has hung. I don't think that's actually, oh, no, it did actually work. Look at that. But, it's running very inefficiently, and that's fine. I'm not so worried about that. But then all of my results are terrible. All these results are a tiny fraction of the overall space that we are calculating over. There's your problem. Also, it runs very slowly, but I expected that. So I multiplied the maximum array size by 10 and got into this zone, at which point it's even more obvious that it is not accurately producing the correct sizes of reverbs. If I'm asking it for 30,000 and it's only producing less than 1,000, that is not awesome. Also, are you even able to quit? Yes, you are. Good. So one thing I could do is dial that back to 10. And work in reverse again. So that's 100,000 divided by 618, 161 times 161. So that's a 26,000 seater arena if it worked, so I don't need to have a array size that big. Let's take it down by halves. $50,000. $50,000 divided by 618, and that's 80 times 80. So that's a 6,000 seater arena. That's more in the realm of what I want to attempt. I'm going to nudge it a little higher and leave it at that. We are still using the one of these scripts, not this one. One of these scripts does the thing. Wasn't this one? Well, now this is weird. I would have... Oh, there we go. Here's the script that is giving us these enormously giant values that the program is not actually able to follow. If I can solve this, I might have a better shot at generating big reverbs that actually sound correct, because it feels like this entire process is forcing the smaller settings. And I'm effectively getting smaller settings, but I want to be able to generate some of these larger ones as well. So we'll hang out with this. This is generating unreasonably large sizes of seats, 30,000 seats or whatever, whereas we're going to try to make it so that doing this thing, see, there we go. Oh, okay, now it's looking for only... That's about the same size I previously had as a maximum size. Let's see what it does with this. Apart from beach ball and stalling out for a moment. Yeah, okay. So we now have it running fairly well, except for it's constantly looking for smaller sizes. It's supposed to be generating like 6,000 seater arenas, and it's only generating 700 seat. So there's a problem. That said, I do have an update for this limitation. We're going to let it scale up to this size on all of our generation. And see where it goes from there. That is now updated. Now we move on to trying to find how it is restricting the reverb size to these very small values. I'm going to have it weighted in some way. And that weighting is what I'm going to want to try to negate. That, or I can simply counterweight it, and then it'll force it to be larger sizes. So what do I mean by weighting? Well, it is running this stuff to get its measurements and things. We do have functions like shape midverb density, force early. Force early is going to do a size restriction. It was optimized to be B. What force early does for normal sized reverbs is this. It makes it so some of the reflections happen quickly, rather than all in a delayed, like, sort of washy reverb impulse that's also like a slapback, like sound, and then after an observable distance, noise. And we've got this with some of the giant huge reverbs. In fact, that exists even in Alien Spaceship. But I think implementing force early was causing this effect. There's a fairly straightforward way that I can experiment with that. Here we are keeping separate sets of constants so that we can combine them and cross-modulate them. This is the genetic algorithm part of it. I could prune that too. I just don't think that I will. Here's our green measurement. So that is just making a outline of every instance of an echo in this algorithm. Then we rotate it, and then we do the same algorithm over again sideways on, because that's how my reverbs operate. Rather than having distinct left and right things, it's using the same values, but it's doing them sideways instead. And we're reducing that to a score, and we're looking for a smallest score. We are also adding, this is the red calculation. No, I guess not. So here's where the primes thing shows up. Priminess. This control is modulating this stuff. See, you see it right there. So what we're doing is we're running through there and counting whether the echo return with the 4 levels of delay combined, whether that combines to a prime number. Because you never hear intermediate delays, you only hear the end result of all the delays added up. So this is about using red to wait fiercely against long initial delay. That might be part of what's causing it to do what it's doing. Again, these numbers being larger is a lower score, so it's going for the smallest numbers we can get. We're iterating over t. T is over the entire array size. This is why it slowed down so much when I used a much larger array size. This is after we have populated the array with all of the echo densities. As you can see, I have my golden ratio thing sitting in there, and I'm aware of it because I've made a little comment of just a smiley face. It's a meme for me. I throw that in everywhere. And spacings, echo run plus equals brightness, and then square root echo run times 0.5. If there are echoes at that point, echo run plus equals 1. So here's where we're counting up. Zero run is the spaces between the echo returns. Echo run is the number of echoes in a row. We sure do have something going on here. Also, most is the value where if it is larger, it is a worse score to be discarded. And smaller most is better to be kept. I'm trying to figure out how we're getting around this. See, the thing about this is this stuff might be fine. Here we are iterating. Oh, hello. Min array size 2667. I'm not entirely sure what 2667 is meant to mean here. Where did I get that? What significance does that have? That's not a very large number either. Let's quickly see what happens if we do this. Excuse me while I readjust that. Here's a GD script comment. What happens if we just do array size instead? Oh, just a moment. Yo. Doing all right? Doing the live stream? What's going on? I'm back. Prefer stuff like that not happening, but all that's really happening is Junebug saying weird things. So we do what we can. So where was I at? I was in the middle of changing this. Probably worth it to change this. What happens if that scales right up to this? One way to find out. So we've now changed it so that whatever this is doing, it's actually going to have a substantially larger effect, isn't it? For everything where this is within the arrange size, spacings is larger than 1, meaning something is contained within this array. We are shrinking down the proportions substantially. Let's see what it did. That's a giant set of rooms. Oh, and it crashed. Oh, look at that. That's an array of very limited size, isn't it? Well, maybe we can look at that then. I thought I had more room for these. Oh, begin. Okay, that explains it. This is my primes array. It needed to be like that. Time to put the thing back. There's another one. Where the heck was that? There it was. Okay, we put it back. So T in range 1 to either if array size is not big enough to fill up all the primes or my maximum possible prime size. That's how it's doing. So it's looking for spacings begins T. That's why it has to be limited to this. And it's checking to see if the prime exists in that spot. If so, we do these two things. Add a factor which is whether the spacing itself is a prime. All that stuff was basically working. I mean, it's giving me results. What interests me in tinkering with this stuff is that this is very much the guts of the genetic algorithm fitness function and what is happening when the program runs overnight, iterating through millions of possibilities to deliver me one or two of what it considers to be the best reverbs. And that's what I've been getting. And it's been developing along these lines for years. Didn't used to be able to do it. Hey, Grins. It is really a question of so if we did not have this, that's a graphical thing. That is not so much about this, but we can emphasize this more greatly by editing it. That's increasing the factor for priminess in a way that's not accessible to our ordinary operation. That said, this is spacings. Spacings is being stepped forwards with regard to zero run and echo run. So if it flipped back and forth between there are samples, echoes, and there are silences at like five echoes, then 5 silences, then 5 echoes, then 5 silences, spacings 5 would end up being an enormously large value. Spacings matters. I don't know how much it matters, though. Let's run it again. I've just made a change. That is a very huge room size. See whether it gives me anything. Well, it's not making this visual misbehave. There's that. It's also not giving me what I wanted. Let's quit out of there and run it again. You know what? Heck with your giant room sizes. Let me have a smaller room size, please. Oh, it's not going to let me. Well, I'll run it until it does. Not getting there yet. Oh my god, okay. Dang. Okay, we're all in the hundreds of thousands of seats, rooms. Okay, that's smaller. I'll run with that. Still tinkering with Into the Matrix, Grins. Still tinkering with it. I am not at all sure it matters whether the spacings between the samples are in fact themselves primes. I feel like this entire thing could be scrapped and it will run a little bit faster. I'm going to see whether maybe that gets me anything. All of this is in GitHub, so it's basically fine. Remove the factor, which is whether the spacing itself is a prime. Let's not say we did. I'm going to go through and do it everywhere it appears. Boop. And 4 is actually shown on the algorithm. There's no special reason that that would matter. I'm going to take it out and see if it's any happier without it. No, come on, where is it? There it is. Okay. So now we've got that updated. We started with trying to figure out why it was that when it's calling for ginormously huge reverbs, it's still giving me like 700 seaters. At this stage, we are already displaying stuff, so that's too late. I'm thinking this might be part of where things are going. I like most divided by equals prime count divided by unprime count. That's going to aggressively optimize it in favor of primes. Most plus equals shortest times shortest divided by milliseconds times 2 times force early. That might be more in the way of what's causing this result. If I straight up comment that out, that's huge, but let's see what we get. That has not completely eliminated the problem. But I tell you one thing about it, maybe it's helping. So the way this stuff works, in order to get it to not have a long gap between the soonest echo and the initial sound, I'm doing this shortest calculation. Honestly, we're doing a bunch of different things here. Ooh, also, I see something that, hang on. See, this is all well and good, but look at this. If longest times scale it way down, is larger than target seats, we're basically disqualifying everything. What happens if we delete that? Because these large ones are going to produce an extremely high longest rating, meaning this might be forcibly stopping everything from giving me large reverb behaviors. I also don't trust this one. Shortest times 0.2. These are all bailouts. If I say most equals 999999999 like that, that's a bailout. That means don't even consider this. I might be getting a lot of those. So what happens if I have the force early, because I've measured it and that is delivering the best results so far, but I don't have these bailouts? What do we get then? In other words, was it longest this whole time, causing it to freak? Because what I should be seeing is the code producing, especially since I've demanded such an impossibly large reverb size, it should be making halls bigger than this. Now, whether they're any good is a whole other story, but it should at least be producing something bigger than this. Let's go back. Comment this out again, and I'm going to go one step further. Let's go back to only twice as many as I had before rather than 3 times. There. That is a relatively normal reverb size. Is it going to give me something that's actually favoring? No. See, if it's going for big sizes like that, it shouldn't be restricted in the way that it is. I've taken out some of these bailouts. The bailouts are going to have an effect. It's having some success at coming up with a larger haul, but let's see whether I can run it again and get an even bigger number. Yep, that's a bigger number. So now is it going to be generating roughly half, i.e. 2000s and so? No. It's generating 700 to 800 again. This being exactly what I'm trying to get it to stop doing. This is not to say that these won't be good sounding. They could be good sounding, but if I'm trying to get and evaluate a reverb that is actually a larger size, this ain't it, Chief. Let's split the difference. We'll accept this in such a way that it'll go for larger sizes. We're going to leave that there. Hang on a moment. Could this be forcing it? Let's find out. No. No, clearly it's not that. If that was its problem, it would be generating way larger reverbs. So we're going to ignore that. In fact, we're going to put it right back. We could maybe put all of this stuff back because none of it's really what's causing my problem. I feel like we're literally unable to generate delay sizes large enough to work with here. And that's not awesome. These are still correct. Except for it's kind of, well, maybe this is what is causing its problem. Select is going to become the size I'm talking about. I bet you this is where the problem is. All right, bye, Gwens. Hey, Cole. I would think that would be more of a arrangement question. That said, the most recent stuff I've been doing in regards to like ParaEQ should sit fairly well with that kind of stuff. They've got one coming up that's going to be Para Lite, so fewer bands, but ParaEQ, that's probably going to do a fairly decent job of giving you what you're looking for there. Again, it's being compared to passive EQs. Like there's this German one somebody mentioned. Pultec is another kind of passive EQ that it might be likened to. That's largely because of its clarity and sonority, but it still works. I could also say if you're leaning into a Motown sound, I recommend not Console X because its parametrics are way too tight. That's too recent in terms of you're going to be looking for things like backs and dolls. You're going to be looking for things like ParaEQ. And not doing really steep EQings. So entries is our delay values. Here's where things get tricky. Excuse me. Delay entries, if it is 0, this is the same. Int rand I left shift int 24. Indeed. What if room size is, So now what I'm wondering is whether this is screwing me up. If we don't have room size here, now what are we looking at? That's going to be an increasing amount of randomness, to be sure. But our problem is when room size is huge, it's not actually working. And that may simply be because we are not producing large enough numbers. Oh, it did the opposite thing that I wanted. Far out. Okay. Hee. That's interesting. Well, shucks. We have room size doing us something. If it is 20,000 divided by 24, it's 833. And 24 minus 833. Oh no, it's capped to 26. .68. Well, shucks, 24 minus 26 is a negative number. That can't be right. What if we only right shift by this many? Can we come up with a value that's behaving properly, including making delay lengths long enough for my purposes? Because it may not be possible. I'm seeing some trouble here. Could it be that I am limited to the size of this array? Oh no, that should be enough. 4 delays of like 23,000? That should be enough. There is no way that couldn't be. I don't think it's going to be that. This is where we started. This is just using random I directly. Or here's our limit. We'll build that in. Select starts out as ultimate randomness, but mod our maximum possible size. Now what do we got? It means part of that select no longer qualifies, but what do we get? Literally the same thing. Well, you know, one thing I can do. Watch this. Project settings. Let's remember what we had this set to. 530 by 190. Oops. 530 by 190. I just take the ones off the top. But now we have a giant-sized window. So I can see what it's doing. And here we go. And this is what it's doing. All of our numbers here are tiny. They're maxing out at about 1,000, 1,200, 1,300. They're trying to go larger, but they're not really succeeding. That's why we're not getting a large enough room. This is being restricted somehow. Also, dang, do I have an overly giant. That's just crazy silly. Let's make this window slightly smaller than this. One 530, not 2 530. And rather than 190, 910, so that I can hopefully still remember what it's supposed to be. Just swap the letters, swap the numbers around. It's still a giant window. Whatever. More important that I remember to scale it down. So for entries equals int in range 0 to 37, select is the limit of how big they get to be. Here's where we start. So this says if select mod 7 or select larger than this number. So that might be where it's starting to happen. That might be it. Paren, colon, comment. So we're going to try to use these numbers directly way more than before. And we can now see we can fit up to like 5,000 or so. What happens this time? That's interesting. It is now producing 2045 quite easily. Then it gets smaller again. That might be the limiting factor. Might just be, see, back to a 2000. But what happens if we have much larger suggested sizes? I run it again, and now it's trying to do 12,000. Let's see what it does now. One possibility is crash. No, apparently not. Okay. We're still seeing some of the behavior. See, doing it this way, I get to see those numbers change. It's been a while since I've had that in the display. So the bit that I just changed, this is how I create all of my reverbs. Everything that you've got reverb-wise came out of this. So select larger than begins, or select mod +3. There's another one of my challenges. We're now going to see whether this does anything useful. A would-be 9,000 room. And we're watching this range here. Okay, that's at 2037 or 38. One thing about it is allowing a certain amount of larger hall sizes. I'm pretty sure if the target is small, it's still going to go for small. Although our target is still not as... I'm trying to see whether I can make it generate larger ones as a matter of course. Also, if we're not avoiding 0, maybe we don't need to have this if statement. It doesn't actually seem to be generating zeros for me. Do I have my actual room count in here, or do I have a array size or something like that? I have an array size. It is quite a large number. You can see what happens if I mod this by the array size rather than just leaving it. But I have to go up here, and I have to do something like this. And let's see what it does. It might just crash. Hey, Mel. This might just crash. Let's see if it just crashes. It's not updating this stuff. Yeah, it is. Something is wrong. Something's rotten in Denmark. Didn't like that very much at all, did it? It's supposed to be updating these if it's working. So I'm going to say that's not working. Do I have an int? That is no good. It can't do this. Oh, but it can do this, because I was doing it before. Rather than a left shift, we'll see what it does now. It will crash. Out of bounds get index 5. How can that be? Well, we did something horribly wrong. Didn't like that much at all. So can we put this back to what was not good but was working? Or has it gone too far? I do have this on GitHub, so I can't put it all back to what it was before. Currently, trying to get it so it's doing what we're seeing it doing now. Namely, these things alter and change as needed. just want to find out why I can't get large numbers in this grid. It's capable of doing its calculations, but I want to know why I can't get large numbers in this grid. They feel limited. What about 23? What about... Because they're doing a left shift for making the integer smaller. I'm pretty sure that's what that's about. Yep. Numbers are not as large as maybe they could be. Not that you can really see it very easily. Let's go back to this stuff and see whether we can get anything going with it. Modulus will restrict it to within a certain range. That's going to restrict it to within a range that is in my prime database up to the maximum number, which is substantially larger than my minimum number. We're going to see whether this still updates. Haha. Although we happen to be going for a fairly small set of... No, I don't. Tailsift liquid drum. No, I don't. Well, kind of. There's a large number. Reverbs get generated in a kind of special way. Oh, this is no bueno. Look at that. All these numbers are tiny. A lot of the reason I'm having problems with this is because my reverb delay constants are being compelled to be these tiny numbers. Well, what if I just... Begins is only a certain amount of things, but if I pick that and use it directly, nope, here. So that should be the maximum number, which is also going to make select almost never be smaller than this, but that's fine. Run it again. Okay, we can at least see whether these end up being tiny numbers or not. Oh, are we crashing? Are we failing to work? Why is that then? It's not updating those things at all. Well, how about I just arbitrarily cut it back? Now what? See, here's your problem. These are supposed to be updating, but they're not. If this was working properly, well, now here's some fun. If I stop it this way, I get to look at what values it thought it had. And it didn't come up with anything. When it's not running, it's because it's failing. So we can make it fail this way. That's all very fascinating and interesting. We can also, oh, never mind, put that to the clipboard. That's why that's doing it. Here's our total loop here. We'll just pick 3. No, we'll pick 1. We'll pick 1. Because we're trying to see whether we're killing it by adding zeros where zeros should not ever be. Does it run this time or does it not? Okay, it did not want zeros in there. Not only that, we've solved another problem. It's now able to make the larger sized reverbs I was looking for in the first place. Woot. It's a little limited in that way, but still. These are probably legit values. It may be living in much more randomness than it was before, though. Also, check it out. Time to put another log in the fire, I think. My back is definitely not as bad as it was. It's still a little bit troublesome. But then part of that is just stress, honestly. Part of it is the fact that I hurt my back, but part of it is just the stress of this. And that's kind of just the job. More fire, please. Come on. You can do it. There you go. There we go. And we are seeing some variations here. One of the things I am most definitely seeing is that this is going to cause problems with having there be a see, this thing that's animating, this is the target size, which is ending up like a small proportion of this, but it's shooting for the requested size. It's just kind of failing. Still, this is leaning in the right direction at least. It is calculating out and producing a room size that is kind of ginormous. I'm kind of looking for if I have any extremely unreasonable sized delays in there. But given that it's able to scale up to like 3,000 seats, or roughly so, that's probably fine. Let's quit out of there and see what else we can make this crazy thing do. So there was a problem. If this part was the problem, what would happen if we made that considerably bigger? And then that's our new rand I, because our limit was 3,000, but now if it's not, or indeed, what if this? What do we got then? Oh, it feels like that's a step backwards. But why? Why for you behave in this way? Have I miscalculated or something? 26, 68. 10 times 100. I can see whether I can make it crash doing this. Should be an array boundary if I crash it doing this. Well, it's failing, but it's not crashing doing that. That's interesting. Why would that be? That seems weird. I'd be expecting it to not work if the array was exceeded in that way. Oh, hi. What manner of strangeness is this? Wow. You realize what this means. I've changed a number that should be hard limited to a particular amount to times 100. When I do that, sometimes it simply doesn't work, but when it does work, it immediately gives me the results I was looking for in the first place. Namely, select a large size and it starts generating Titanic-sized reverbs. In fact, I can document that by clicking stop here. Firing up BB Edit. And so then the next question is, what even the heck? But then it's also like, if it's capable of running like this, that's strong. How do I restrict it to reasonable amounts? I've just multiplied a array value by way more than it should, which should have crashed the program by accessing array values outside the range of the array. It apparently is not doing that. I do not know why it's not doing that. But not only is it not doing that, it's also giving me the results I wanted in the first place before any of this other stuff. That's super weird. What's up with that? And yet, there it is. Okay, so then we have another quick experiment to do. Oops, come on you. If we only have a very tiny room size, is it still going to go crazy and produce ginormous rooms just because I've told it to do? Now what do we do? Looks like it simply doesn't work. Oh, no. It's going too large, but it is at least capable of working. Oh, and many updates. Something's going wrong. All right, and notice how we have a single 1 in this parameter. So parts of this are clearly all screwed up, and yet something is working. So mod begins room size times 1000 was excessive. If we dial it back to room size times 100, I should have a tiny room size using it this way. I can see whether it's updating. Okay. Scale it back and it's targeting fairly well. The random values being fed to the algorithm seem to basically work. The rest of it is unchanged. The rest of it is fine. I do still see a 1 in there. Mind you, I can get away with that. Nothing says you can't have a delay in the middle of the reverb that is 1 sample. That is permissible. Okay, so this arrangement appears to basically work, and we can do this. We can also do times 1000, which is rather extreme. What if room size 2668, so we will run with that and just use it as a scaling factor. Actually, room size divided by 24. Times 240. That is actually voodoo coding. There's no special reason to think that that's the number that I need or want. all that's really happening there. Oh, and it's trying to make it too large by a substantial margin, but then it's reining it right back in again, isn't it? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, and this is the number that is chasing the target number to try to create something that's going to be within the range. Okay, now that we have it doing this, and int randi is within the full range of possible random numbers, which is too much. Actually, we know that select should not be zeros. Instead of running that, oh no, wait, we need select to be zeros in order to make this happen. So let's put that back for a moment, but maybe put it in a different place. Select is less than 7. Then we run these. And so if select is less than 7, we're going to try to assign it to that. But then if none of those are present, then it becomes 1. We could also make it be 3, but I'm going to leave it as 1. If select is not less than 7, then we get to use it directly. That should work. I guess we'll find out. We'll find out whether it works. And see, it's starting at a very large size and going to smaller and smaller. That makes me wonder, though. As it is chasing the end result size, is it only gravitating towards smaller results? More than it should. I can probably find out by fiddling with some of the other entries. Like, do we still have this? We still have force early. That might be causing it. If we do this, now what do we got? I think one of the things that we've got is, well, see, this is me watching its successively better results to see whether they have in common that smaller is always better, because that wouldn't actually be true. In fact, there is another modification that I can do that will help weight it in the opposite direction. we will plus equals shortest times shortest, but minus equals longest with some factor of, maybe I can make that much simpler. Longest times longest is going to end up being a really big value. And then we're not paying attention to that stuff there. And now let's see whether this does what I was thinking. Now let's see whether the test run just always makes the reverbs go smaller and smaller as they get better and better. Well, they're going smaller and smaller, but not as fast as before, maybe? Hey, Grants. So never mind with that. We are not actually modifying that, but I'm curious as to whether that's going to go in a useful direction. Anything but produce a hard-coded value. And let's go back to this other script. Let's see what we get out of the giant-sized rooms now that we're doing these experiments. So will it still even work? It's a fair question. We're getting some kind of something out of it, but we have not yet hit upon something that is updating. Maybe it's simply too much. If I was to quit this and print out the results it's become, the results will be did not generate any reverbs at all. And that maybe is not desirable. So it was, oh, hang on, that's not correct at all. Actually, this is the original. It was at least generating something with certain sizes. And here it is. So the thing I'm watching for now is, as it does this stuff, is it weighting things in terms of it only likes smaller and smaller sizes. Actually, I have an even more relevant observation. That worked, so I can add a little more size to it. What if most simply minus equals longest? Now that might not be relevant. What if we also include target seats? So we scale it up by whether it's meant to be a big space or not. Now what do we got? Hopefully at least it produces something. It's not a sure thing, but maybe it will. Ah, it did. Are we able to scale up and increasingly find larger rooms now that we are actively rewarding that? Up, score negative 75,000. That seems like that's going to be a problem. Are we only doing that because of the way that we're scaling? Let's see. What's our score look like now? That's more what I was expecting to see. Well, there's one way that I can do this that is not simply divided by equals in that way. I could divide it by longest. If I divide numbers like that by longest, they will pretty much always become much smaller, but it'll still be relative to each other. We are doing divided by prime count, divided by unprime count, so there's that, but I could get real frisky and try this. Longest times prime count, that will become a very large number. Let's see what it does. Score is being affected by these things. That is how we tell which ones are being accepted and which ones are being rejected. We also have a tiny room apparently. Okay, that's interesting. We started huge. We're scaling back. We're bouncing around in size. Our target is a 500 seat room. Our score is indeed becoming an infinitesimal amount, but there's a lot of room to go. It's still capable of tracking scores, even if the score is like 0.0000000000000240006 or whatever. So that's pretty legit. This is acting. I am tempted to torment Junebug by getting up and going into the other room, but I'm not going to. I do not understand you, and there will be times when I have no patience with you, but assuming that refers to me, which it might not, whatever. And yeah, this is behaving okay for the moment. So it's time to see how it behaves on an even larger room. And indeed, if it will. We've actually kind of bounced around here. Interesting, that actually worked. It tried to go for an 1870 size room, started a little large, and then it started scaling back, and it appears to be attempting to do its job. Score is a small score, but that's still, I can distinguish between those. We're saving it as a double precision number. It could be pretty much anything. Okay, it's trying to go for smaller ones there. One interesting thing about this is I believe if we have larger spaces, that will tend to go along with a larger prime count. It also looks like my numbers look basically good. Let's try this again, but see if we get a larger target seats this time, because that was really small considering what I've got going on in here. Okay, 9,000. Now we see if it's able to behave running this. I'm refining into the matrix in general, but also I'm struggling with the fact that it has a hard time generating large reverbs. And I've been stumbling over that lately. So I want to see whether it can get into a zone that it's capable of generating large reverbs, much like this. And it's showing all of the details simply so that I can work with them and see what's actually being done. Also, what do I have in prime x? Because it's now saying it is 0, and I do not remember whether that's supposed to be 0. And we appear to be acting about right. These would be on par with like K-Alien Spaceship. One that is this big is going to act kind of like K-Alien Spaceship, although we do have a lack of early reflections happening. This is all a balance between the calculations are producing fitness functions for what is, for all practical purposes, a genetic algorithm that is keeping like yay many most recently successful results on hand. So if I weight it too heavily in this direction, it is going to override the pressure towards having force early. Force early is present, and it is scaling back the amount to which it favors there being some kind of early reflection happening. I'm currently weighting the late reflection so hard that it's going for, I would say, appropriately large things. That is going to cause an effect where if it hits the reverb, there's a long pause before you get any sound. It'll be one of those reverbs where it's like, this is a pre-delay reverb. This is a reverb where you hear a long delay before you hear any kind of sound. And that's how we did it. So we are in fact including shortest. I think I can incorporate this. Same as with this. Both of these are scaled so that this one can continue to be scaled the way that I optimized it for. We are still generating potentially huge reverbs. That's actually smaller, as that's 8,000. And seeing whether it's still producing working results. And I'm also watching that screen. When it does show up and start doing something, is it going to be drawing successively smaller reverbs? That prime x equals 0 is disconcerting me. And the fact that I haven't got anything out of it disconcerts me. Oh, no, it just showed one at the last instant. Let's try it again. We'll try it in an even larger one and see if it does anything. Or maybe it only shows when I quit. This isn't even the Godot program I was going to be working on. But all the same. This is a interesting thing in its own right. How about maybe I leave this alone? I could maybe do longest plus prime count? I added that and it stopped working as effectively. $4,000-seater. Nope, it died. Interesting. Why would that be? Wasn't doing it before. That's what's causing it. If delay speed doesn't have enough items, it breaks. Interesting. Is it going to do it again? Oh, yes it is. And boy, that's a huge one. So, if we go back to this, are we going to go back to it behaving itself, or have we borked it good? That put it back. Weird. Interesting. That has also put it back to enormously large scores. Interesting. And I'd still like to know what this... Oh, prime x is said 2 briefly. I'm really wondering what that was now. This appears to be in the vicinity of things. What if we go back to this script and comment out some more of these guys? How close can we get to something where I can just run it overnight and see whether it gives me good sounding results? See, the way that looks, it just looks like it's going to give a long, long delay before the first sound. And I'm betting that is because longest is a large number. It's gravitating towards the longest possible delay and ignoring the other stuff. So that might be a problem. Well, what if we do this? Well, plus equals shortest times shortest. But most divide equals longest times longest. And we have moved prime count back over to where it initially was. And we're now looking at it closely tracking what the target size is, even when it's up in the 5,000s. That's interesting. Well, closely tracking is putting it a little strong, but the delay sizes we have are actually pretty substantial. So 28, 24, 26, 65. Its initial target size is a Van Halen album. So what's giving me pause here is a number of things. One of them is I know it was doing a fairly decent job before this point. And if I simply wait it so that it tries to make the longest possible delays, it will ignore all the other worthwhile things going on. Position is kind of... What position is building a 3x3 matrix for early reflections. And you don't hear anything before you start hearing early reflections. You hit the 3x3 matrix and the output of that goes to the main reverb, which is the 6x6. Position means the numbers in the 3x3 matrix exclusively come from the sum total of the numbers in the 6x6. So like what you see in this little grid, that would be all the numbers in the 3x3. It would just pick them, sort them in order, and then it starts at 1 and goes like 9 positions onward. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or if it was a position turned way up, it would be the final 9 sorted in increasing size. So it would end with like 2840 here, 2665, 2462, and so on. So it would be using larger numbers for that delay constant. The reason I'm thinking in this direction is because I know that for the larger reverbs, prime count ends up being larger. The tinier ones, not so much. So I can kind of scale all of this by that stuff. And I maybe don't even need to care about unprime count at all, because rather than using it as a metric for proportion, and I think I do need to keep unprime count because it shows up in the graphics. I'm pretty sure I'm using that in the graphics. But for this calculation in overall score, I could just incorporate this. That means longest plays a role, but then also prime count plays a role exactly the same way. Oh, Grans, I don't understand this either. That's the secret. Let's see what I've got going on up here. That's the secret, and that's the big challenge. Oh, let's memify this a little bit more. I'm pretty sure that it actually goes to 3 there. I have to have a full-on extended golden ratio tucked away in here somewhere, surely. How can I not? Nah, perhaps I don't. Now let's see where we're at. It'll be interesting to see if these do anything helpful. It's in roughly the target, though. It's a much larger size. See, here's where the challenge rises in terms of these big reverbs. You can end up having something which is just like a slapback, a blurry slapback. I'm trying to avoid that. May be successful in avoiding that. It's a little hard to tell. Also, I see a problem in my metering in that the red bar is now taking over literally everything. And it's not supposed to look like that, but it is. So that's no bueno. That is, however, relatively consistent with my experience of using these extremely giant reverbs. Like, I've seen that happen before. It feels like that's one of the things that happens when you go oversized like that. So if I was to scale it right back to how I was running it before, it's now attempting up. It's now making impossibly large reverb sizes. I've asked it to go much smaller. Let's see if it successfully manages to do that. And it's now converging on what would be an appropriate size. I should have watched this control here. This one there is the one that sets the overall size and chases it to try to make the correct result. I feel like this might be getting in the zone. One thing about it is more successfully not just chasing the smallest possible size. Because if it was to do that, it would not be chasing anything very useful. So I know it's trying to chase shortest, but I've now also included longest. So if it's trying to chase both of those at the same time, what it's going to be doing is trying to have the shortest decays show up, but then also simultaneously have some of the longest possible decays show up. That could be fine. That might be correct. It's a little disconcerting to see that 1 in the decay there. I feel like I could at least update that to a 3. An update. That is still looking relatively like what I feel it should. I think we're going in the right basic direction here. Another thing with dividing by something multiplied by the successful number of primes in there is that it's going to try to push it towards larger reverbs. Smaller ones will have fewer primes in them. In fact, I can even highlight that a little bit. Seeing as I was going to try for some larger sizes, I can try for this. Okay, so what changes have I got here? Well, I know I just did that, so I might as well propagate that through the others. If I can. I suggest that I probably can. Sometimes the little joke that you put in happens to be the thing that makes it click and work properly. Other times that's just a silly idea and it did nothing useful. I wonder whether I actually want this to still be 785. Probably. It's like if I divide it by a larger number, then the image size will be smaller. Image size is just the display. It's not how we're calculating any of this. We're going with potentially very large arrays here. Oh, I see there is another alternate here. We're going for more mimification. Best make it be consistent. Actually, that just made that be larger, so let's make this be smaller. go. Now, what did we have going on here? Anything that I haven't updated? Sure is. Needs to be this. Still don't know how that isn't breaking. But this is what lets us... Oh, hi. Here's another change. So you know what? That could stay 1. Maybe it shouldn't. So that to do print out. Entries to do print out. See, it sits right there. And entries to do print out here. Oh, can't do that. They're different sizes. That stuff gets to be the same, but other things have to change. See, it's 26, and it's 17, and it's what, 10. Yeah, I can't just duplicate that. So what do I have in the bottom then? Because the rest of this stuff... there's a change. We're going to keep some of the commented out stuff just in case this is too big of a mess and will eventually need to get put back. Like if all the reverbs end up sounding like but, then these changes will not have been a win. It's a mystery. So got that. Rest of that is about the same, but looks different down here. We have different indentation here for good reason, because this is in a different logical position than the other stuff. And that's where it goes. And that's probably it for that stuff, but then we got to skip to the end here. I don't think we have changes here. I don't remember there being changes here. Nope, not that. Rotation, secondary matrix. Oh. That's interesting. That is not commented out. That is commented out. Not commented out. And where would it even be? Not there. Not commented out. Junebug, just for fair warning, if my patience runs low, I might boot you. I have a very hard time believing any of that is positively meant. Okay, so that stuff is also the same. But here's where things get more interesting. Don't use these bailouts any longer. Or this one. Here's our final chunk. And let's see. Is nan most. I'm trying not to get sore. Yuck, yuck. And here's our section again. Boop. And boop. And lastly, the 3x3. I believe that's everything being consistent. I wonder whether I can do something more amusing with the display primes business. Okay, that's the bar chart. Bar chart happens after everything else. And here's how I'm scaling back priming is something that I maybe don't want to do. Let's make it be 10 times more effective and see what that looks like. Into the breach. More SOAR on the priminess display. Sure enough, that makes it very, very obvious whenever there is priminess happening. Arguably too obvious. But that is all the actual primes in the end result. I'm going to put that back. The sheer brightness of those green dots are annoying to me and I don't like them. I'm also wondering whether I need that at all. What would these look like if I wasn't actually highlighting the appearance of it that way? it was 0.2. But this is purely a display related thing, so we can comment that out. And then if we do it, we are looking at no highlighting of the primes anymore. Which is kind of a less interesting display, to be honest. Mind you, it's working correctly thus far. See if I get a larger one. Oh, that's a huge one. Alrighty. No priminess highlighting gives you a display that looks like this. Well, you can see the blue in it more easily. Ooh, maybe that's what I should be doing for priminess. Maybe priminess should be highlighting the blue rather than the green. That way the density of the green continues to be representative of the overall loudness of it, but then the extra information can get in there somehow. That said, so far so good. It feels like that is starting to go in the direction I would like. Well, if I just change this to B, and just for laughs, I'll hype it up, see if I can make it be as aggressive looking as the green version. If so, then I can dial it back again. Is this now a weird looking blue highlighted display? I'm thinking yes, it is. Or we could have those colors match, making it go to more of a grayscale. If I get something that I like, I will get to persist with it across all the other ones. So there's where we started, except for it was this. No. So in theory, this is now going to make those grayscale rather than green. That might not at all be what I want, but we'll see what it looks like. It might look like a complete mess. Huh, well, okay. there's a thing. We are apparently no longer even trying to draw the line on the bottom. That is probably because I miscalculated the position, having just changed the positioning of the line. So if I skip this, it's no longer doing anything interesting with the red channel. And now we'll do it to these. And let's see what happens now. And here is where our bar drawing. Oh, it says 785. That's a problem. That, in theory, should fix it. Let's find out if it's true. Okay, it fixed it. Now it is a pale gray sea in which the only colors are the presence of primes in there. So in theory, what that would mean is you'd want to see green in that display. It's a little hard to make out, though. I'm not sure that looks the most awesomest of awesome. Yeah, not thrilled. I think it looks dumb. On the other hand, I did put this back. Let's just put that back and this back and pretend we didn't do anything. Yeah, I like the green more too, like this. Mind you, I am contemplating lowering the priminess factor of that. Having it be blue is not that bad of an idea, though. That would work like this. Because the blue factor is not very strong. So actually, hang on a moment. This is all really quite arbitrary. It's purely visual. If I do this at the same level of indentation, we have now turned all the priminess colors to cyan, which looks like this. That is maybe a little too intense, but it gets the point across, I'll say that. How about let's dial that back a hair. Like this. Yeah, it was nice, but it was maybe a little too extreme. This is a fun way to spend the afternoon, I gotta say. Or I could make it lean towards, not gray, gray is kind of ugly. I could make it lean towards brown by having it be red and green, so it would lean towards a yellower rather than a colder. There's a sort of oceany look to it. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. It could be emphasized a little bit, maybe. You want to see what that would look like? R equals G. And we can even go back to the rather strong emphasis of it. So this is going to make it be yellow rather than blue. Okay, that's kind of interesting. I'm not sure I'm a huge fan, but this is it being kind of more exaggerated. You could have a sort of naturey look out of it. Or we could have that based on B is larger than halfway, we choose B, otherwise we choose R. No, stop that. That's the correct, right? I guess it built. Now what do we got? We are starting to get even more information going. Not bad. It's going to be selecting going to the yellow or going to the cyan based on whether there is more high frequencies coming out. That's kind of neat. I'm going to continue to play with that. And I'm going to dial it back to 0.1. And I'm going to lean it more heavily in favor of going for the blue. And voila, let's see what we got now. They will all be updated to look like this if this succeeds. Yee. Might as well make it look good for people who are enjoying playing with it. Ooh boy, look at it go. Hey, frog in a well. Reasonably. This is now also highlighting this particular part in such a way that we don't necessarily need to goose the other part of it. Which means we don't necessarily have to boost priminess at all. We are just choosing which of these to lean it towards. Technically, we could hype them up even more by including priminess somehow. Where do I even get priminess, though? What's going on? Is that simple? No, that's just the... Yeah, there's not much to be done with this because this is nothing more than a fixed number I've put in the very beginning, one of my controls. I might as well just... do something like this. Or, oh no, you know what we have to do? Golden ratio. Just to see. Let's see what that made. Well, it's nothing if not kind of cool looking. I can see one more tweak to make. So you can see one more sort of meme-oriented tweak to make. We can lean it more in terms of the blue by doing this. More golden ratio madness. Woot. I could bump up the brightness of the green as well, but not before seeing what it looks like without. Okay, I'm kind of happy with the look of that. One thing about it, it's a little more colorful. That's kind of fun. What I could do is settle it down. I like applying square roots of things, so what we can do is just dial this back a hair. And that's fairly close to the square root of the golden ratio. Let's see what it looks like if we do that. Remember, golden ratio is only a meme. I think I'm happier with that. There's still enough detail and texture in there to make it interesting, but it's not too over the top. Squint your eyes a bit and it blurs out just a tiny bit. Just for fun, I could try to lean it even more in that direction. And I'll tell you how. Cursive fingers failing to do my job. Back to that. Now, how does it look? Okay, this is kind of interesting. This time it's kind of only varying hue. I think that's a little bit neat. Got a sort of autumny looking thing going on in there. Although I could always push the cyan a little harder. But, you like this one? I think I like it too. I think I can run with this one. It's getting on towards autumn. I'm seeing like some subtle autumn shades in there. And it's got a nice kind of vibe going on. Maybe I can try one with a larger room size. Not larger enough. That's just 1,000. Excuse me. Okay. See, with a larger room size, we will end up having more dots in there. Godot can produce an executable. I can't necessarily coach you through doing that. When I run these, that's what I do. Is I generate an executable and then run that. It's supposed to be able to. Yeah, this does look nice. Ooh. Well, that's interesting. We've got a 0 in there. How'd that happen? Actually, is that the most recent? You can code in C#. No, it does do C#. Oh, just advanced past what I was doing, which might mean it's in here. There it is. So it can't produce a 0 if it's not behaving itself. Huh. I wonder why that would be. That seems odd. I questioned the C++ part. I don't remember that being a thing. I've done work on this in C#. In fact, I might poke into that during the last hour of my stream. Most of the stream has been basically this. And honestly, it seems to be chugging along pretty well, coming up with new possibilities. Seems good. Yep, there's yet another one. Each successor is apparently supposed to be better. I'm trying to work out whether I can see any of that in the visualization. Oh, I can see that. Extensions, yeah, that would follow. Let us quit out of there. Hang on. I go and start it up and then immediately forget that I had already done something that I want to propagate to the other ones. So firstly, we need to set all of these to be 1024, but then we're also going to replace this entire section with our new autumn themed one. So begins has T. This section. Then over to the next one that actually will get used. Oh, there up to where it says begins has T. There it is. That section. And lastly, boop. There. Now if I run this, 6x6 was already working, but I should be able to do 4x4 and it will also work. We'll find out. Four by four doesn't have nearly as many echo returns, so it doesn't look nearly as pretty. But this should be, and you see in the down here, this is what it'll be drawing. You punch it right into verb 6's and it should work perfectly right out of the gate. And it should be able to run those. There's also another advantage of running the 4x4 is that it runs much faster. So these might not be as full of a reverb algorithm, but all the same, it should be possible to get these sounding pretty cool. And I would really quite like to run a whole bunch of versions of these too and see what I can do with them. It should be possible to make cool sounding 4x4 matrices. And for that matter, quick test to see whether the 5x5 works. It's not included in the interface, but all the same it should work. Yep, that's what I did for like K-Cosmos and some other ones. It is kind of a working matrix, just not as nifty as the 6x6 with the early reflection stuff. And lastly, I don't think anybody is going to want to generate these directly, but if you did, the program is still technically capable of doing 3x3s. Although maybe not at a size of 5,000 seats. Seems to be getting stuck. Maybe not as stuck as I thought. But it's not coming up with anything. It is drawing a blank. Let's run it again and see if I can give it a more reasonable room size. This is why I've got this off screen. So if I do this, what have we got? Okay, that should be more reasonable. Let's see if it can handle it. Signs point to no. This is why I have this off screen. Oh, nope, it can do something. So that, in theory, is the same algorithms working on a 3x3 matrix for which there are very few echo returns. This is basically what you're looking at if you're looking at a plot of the echo density of the early reflections going into one of my modern reverbs. So your first sound is like right over here, and then these dots are like where the early reflections are popping in, at which point the reverb takes over. But this is the spatter of bright early stuff that you hear before it goes into the filtered full range stuff. Yeah, Jess, you can do that. You can absolutely do that. I believe people have done that before. I think what I'm doing is going to persistently sound better because it's not simply about modeling physical spaces. But I'm delighted to hear about it if you do get into that. I'm always looking for cheats and workarounds around this kind of stuff. Speaking of which, let me work something back around again. Oops. 530 and 190 are the true dimensions of what this was meant to be, at which point it's going to look like this. And you can override, well, apparently you can't. In theory, you could override the size of that. I actually have that off screen most of the time. And then here's our new hotness. Generating progressively smaller, but not too small, reverbs and drawing them in the colors of autumn. And there we are. So a couple of little changes, not only script-oriented changes, we're also going to, oh, is this why I couldn't click that? This is why I couldn't click that. The other thing was on top of it. No matter. Looks good. Save that, and we're going to go to this target seats thing and dial it back just a hair. Instead of 4, we're doing 5, meaning that we can go to larger sizes. The full range of possible outcomes is still rather huge. But I think it's going to lean on slightly bigger spaces now. Test run. And this will quickly show us what the size actually was by how densely laid out it is. It's definitely a huger sized hall. But I wanted to see what some of those did anyhow. And I have made some changes to the fitness function. That may actually mean, especially since I have priminess going on, the count of the total number of primes offsetting things, that may actually mean that the results will sound better rather than just being drawn nicer or whatever. I don't know. It's possible, I suppose. We'll run with this. I don't know whether it's going to produce better results, but we can but try. And if I take this out, I will be going for much smaller ones again. But I feel like I'm going to try some of the larger ones and see whether any of them work out nicely. And we're going to export it as a Mac program. And as soon as I finish doing that, I'm going to throw on stream audio and scoot off and start getting my tacos ready before waiting too much longer. Double check that it's what I thought it was. We do seem to be favoring somewhat larger spaces, but again, I'm interested in experimenting with that a little bit to see whether I can get any results out of it. Worst comes to worst, I run it overnight. It does its little thing like this, except for rather than 1,000, it goes to millions of attempts. and then ends up settling on stuff, none of which makes the cut. And that's just the waste of a morning. So that's fine. We shall see. It's interesting how it starts from these very large sizes and scales its way down now. I guess I will see what all of this ends up being, because it'll continue doing this. It'll continue trying to find better and better options for whatever it considers better to be. And I will get the end result. I will see what it ends up doing, because the way that works, if I was previously weighting it really hard so that it was desperately trying to have the smallest possible size and the earliest possible early reflection without any consideration of the longest delay, it would have been overlooking other things that contribute to making a good sounding reverb in favor of just trying to find the ones that got it the quickest reflection. It might just be that this combination of things will contribute to it sounding better, but I won't know until I run it overnight. And I am content with that. Here's the previous ones. Goodbye. They're going away. And a little copying. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. My stomach is rumbling, man. 8. 10. 11. You can't see this. A little cleanup, and they should settle right into either my screen is a little twitchy or my eyes are a little twitchy after all that. Could be either. Bada boom. I'll find out whether that did any good tomorrow or over the course of the next week. Let's put on a weird noise, and I'm going to go and get my tacos ready. Yep, I hope so. The verb stew will look more like a stew with this autumn colors going on. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, this was my Bastel Castle jam. Honestly, I should probably try it with Console X2. I bet that I can get more out of it. But yeah, Bastel Castles are fun little toys. It's doing a lot of weird low bass stuff. Yeah. So there's that. It's bumming me out a little bit that my back is still hurting. Part of that is probably just struggling through stuff, and that being a thing that one does. I was interested in peeking at this, though. I gotta fix that. That is not a successful icon, in my opinion. So here's where we left off. Fire up JetBrains Rider. And here's where we left off. There is space for multiple things of these, and what I successfully did was alter it so that you can right and left click to place these things, and you can repeatedly click on stuff that you've got without switching it off. So if you're going, this is the melody that I'm using, you can remind yourself that's what it was. Misclick and down scroll or right click would take it away. Yeah, no, it was, I hurt myself mowing the lawn with an unusually heavy lawnmower, which I probably shouldn't be using. And it's been for most of last week, I've been gradually shaking that off. I should probably continue putting Tiger Balm on it. That's what I did to get it behaving better. And then I kind of stopped, and there's no special reason why I stopped, but I should probably resume putting Tiger Balm on there. Because that will do good. Tiger Balm is the kind of stuff where you can persuade your injuries to get better by basically it's essentially a poultice. It's like irritating the skin around the area that is hurt, and your body goes, oh no, something is abrading my back, and sends white blood cells over there. And when they go over there, they go, oh wait, this is the injured lower back, and then they go and fix that. So that's how a poultice works, to the best of my knowledge. And yeah, I can do all of this. And what I am now wondering is whether I can go, say, to this, and then have the adjacent one be something like this. So the primary key is set up here, and I can specify modes this way. But then the following section supplies secondary key if you wanted to. So it'll also show you when you move on to this next section, these are the things that you could do, these are the chords that you'll use. Then when you go to the next section, it's here. And that's going to show you about the same information. Posture sometimes sets it up. I've got a pretty decent chair for those things. It's a respectable grade chair there. But yeah, keeping on moving is useful. It's better than it was. And yeah, age Age gets you. I think it is a combination between that and just life stresses and taking on too much. Like the call that I got interrupted from was my sponsor in a recovery program who was saying he is not able to come over tomorrow to visit after all. And this is an ongoing problem with the guy. And so that means that has just gotten worse. And I don't honestly know how it's going to get better or whether it's going to get better. But all I can do is the best I can with any of that. So let's see now. If I was in this key, and then the adjacent one was actually the key of C, these sort of tomato-colored keys are in fact what you would get going into the key of C. You would be advancing to chords like A minor, E, E minor, and B diminished. And then this E minor and B diminished and A minor. So those count as chords that you could reach in this zone. So one of the things I'm doing here with looking into this, and there's going to be a number of things about this that are going to be worth some fussing. I want this to be showing space for placing a bunch of notes, whether they be a decent amount of possible composition there. I want it to be possible to go to other keys and things, but I would like to bring that in as what becomes available when you have another section. In theory, what you could be able to do, if this works. Oh, interesting. I have now got it so that if you place stuff in inaccessible keys, you can't then remove them. But you can if you make it be accessible. Ideally, you should be able to do like the melody line of like giant steps and have it show in the relevant keys there and be giving you like where you would need to go, where the chords need to go, where the keys need to go in order to get to those things. And it would include the chords that are actually in giant steps. And it would just draw it on the screen for you. That's what I'd like to see happen. I don't know whether I'm going to be able to make that happen, but who can say? I've only been working on this for a few months, and I've been doing the card game for much longer than that, but this is now largely chords and notes and keys and things. And I really like the idea of, rather than secondary key, it being literally, this is the next section in whatever key it is. You can stick to that if you want, but you can also include stuff that's going to be showing up later as a kind of precursor. Like, say, if we were going to fall back to a secondary key at B flat, and that would be interesting. Well, we're in Phrygian mode, so that's crazy. How about put it back to C major? Wait, we're not even in C major. What's this note? Locrian? That's crazy. That's never going to do. No, we're going to B major. So we do a melody. Do, 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 do. Skip that. So do, 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 do. Do, do. And that puts us in a secondary key of B flat. So that makes it a secondary key that is not available in the primary key of C. And there we have some chords that are available there. And then do another one, say in B flat, and see what melodies you can put together there. Actually, B flat has 2, not 1, notes that are in there. So then we get a little scale starting on C. I'm going to move it over here. So do 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 do. And that would involve going into a B flat key from a C. So you could put the B flat stuff here and then continue making up melodies and things like that. And the idea is, like, part of what has inspired me to dive back into this, even if I don't really get very far with it, I have some programming concepts to wrestle with around it, but a Blue Sky friend, it's the artist E.C. Major, who I have interacted with occasionally. I own one of his originals. Posted stuff about liking bands that were like the French band Magma, and then posted a Magma track. And I went and listened to this Magma track, and oh my God, it was extraordinary. Magma sings entirely in a made-up language, and I didn't know that it was drummer-led. And the drummer is basically like a French progressive rock version of Brand Daylor of Mastodon. His rhythm is over dramatic to the point of that he can flub some of the rhythm. It can be not steady anymore, but it is intensely dramatic. And they just did this wild stuff. I went and read about them a little bit on Wikipedia, and it said that the drummer was also composing all the music, and he was deeply, deeply inspired by Coltrane. And I went, wow, I'm very interested in Coltrane. I didn't realize that that was where it was coming from, but you could kind of hear in his melody construction and stuff that it's like, yeah, I could see how that's not only jazz-oriented, but he's clearly been listening to Coltrane. And his stuff fit together in kind of the same way that Coltrane stuff fit together. So I want to make software that can give me ideas of how to put notes together and chords together in such a way that it would work. I'd love to be able to go like this. It wouldn't actually be like that, though. That's a chord of some kind. Or it's got a minor third rather than a major, even though it's in C. There's your fifth. And then what, a flat sixth or a sixth? But yeah, I'd like to type stuff like that out and have it say, oh, this is a E minor seventh chord, E minor with a major seventh chord or whatever, and it be able to tell you things like that, which we're not really quite there yet, but it is actually showing certain things. One of the things in the key of C, I can't actually play a B because this is the fifth. So that's the diminished fifth. But that's why it says B diminished, is because that's the chord available in this key. And yeah, these are the things I would like to sort out. And to see whether I can make a start. For instance, if I go back to this, all of this stuff is actually off of this one piano roll. Up to and including these. And it looks like I can lose this. So I'm going to. That's going to mean I need to now do some debugging. Because now if I run it, it will crash because it's trying to refer to, well, maybe not. I guess I've got that commented out. Fine. Oh, no. It's still broken because, see, now it doesn't light up. There you go. There's your problem. So having deleted certain bits of it, now I got to find out what I deleted. But I got a bunch of other stuff to replace with relative accessing. And here's where my troubles began. We are not using all of these. We are only using this much, and that's because I'm going to try to make this run again. See if this works. Up, can't hit Command B and that, can I? See, now it's happy again. And all of this stuff works just as it did before. See, it's all good. But I need to both update this stuff so that it sits appropriately within what I'm trying to do. For instance, nudge this up until it goes against this area here. Maybe rearrange these by moving these down and moving this up, or even redesigning how this works. And these two I will need, and this one will become part of the next one over for primary key. And these are general. They will just sit in the interface somewhere. But I need to make these all interact as children of this one object. Because then if I do that and I duplicate that object with a different name, it'll run independently right over here and interact with its own stuff. That's what I need to be able to do. So that stuff was all fine, but what I need to find out is to what point I can substitute this. So I guess what I will do first of all here's the very first place I use this. So I'm going to try rewriting that. No, that's not what I wanted. So the script is on a node. I think it is this very node, piano roll, which is a texture rect. So node path can either be a relative path, so get node sword. I'm reading its documentation, you see. I do not want a absolute path. Okay, so in that case, I guess my next question becomes, back to normal, what if we don't specify a name at all? Okay, it's not happy. Didn't like that, doesn't like this. I'm going to be looking it up in this. Get node self. So I need to get self as another type. I need to get mine as a texture rect. It does certainly appear that this doesn't actually work. Ah, look at that. Hey, MathMage. Interesting. Get node, get path. Let's see if it works. So if that works, then I can name it anything. We shall see. So if this doesn't work, then nothing will happen. Looks a little bit like nothing happened. Okay. Would have thought maybe that would work. Alrighty. Yeah, still don't work? Correct. How about now? Oh, maybe I didn't save. Didn't matter. Alrighty. Where's my scroll bar? Do I need one? Perhaps not. Okay, here's the class. It's a node 2D. Oh, it doesn't like that much, does it? Okay, so apparently we can do this. Oh, good luck with cleaning the coffee off of your keyboard. That sounds like a pain. Let's see if having changed this, we can make that be whatever this object is, but the name of it, if this works. Nice. Can I do a find and replace in here? Or is it going to be a pain in the butt? I feel like maybe it's going to be a pain in the butt. Maybe not as much as I thought. Oh, there's a problem. Okay, so I have overthought or underthought this. My getNode stuff is all hard-coded, and it's not going to be that easy, but it shouldn't be that impossible either to can you make the find go away again? You can click that. There we go. So we need to do that. And then if we want to do this, we have to do okay. Let's see if that worked. So I do have a find and replace that I can do. It's going to look like this. Oops. Please replace that with plus boom. Nice, nice. We progress. It's doing a bunch of string handling, and that's probably a big waste, but it has to do stuff with nodes anyhow. Does it run? Sure does. I am fairly close from being able to run parallel versions of this. Let's see. So ready. Maybe the first thing we do is look up what the name of ourselves is. So actually, will it? No, it won't need this. And get node name. Ooh, maybe, do I need to pass this in IDX? I don't want the node path. Okay, doesn't like that. Oh, maybe I don't need to get node wrapping it. Let's try this. Okay, so they have multiple names? That seems weird. Well, we can try that. Let's see if that worked. That most definitely did not. What if we just specify different numbers? Doesn't look like it, no. So maybe in returns the node's absolute path. Pretty sure this needs that. Maybe not. No, it's not happy. That is still no bueno. That is still no bueno. If I try to run it, it will not work. Yep, cannot convert type Godot node to string. Well, hang on though. If that's your problem, tell you what. We have a thing we can do about that called toString. Now what? So it's still not happier, but at least it worked. Fascinating. Could I maybe do... Okay, that's a Godot object. It's the path I want to be a string. Let's try simplifying this just a bit, shall we? Maybe that makes it happier. We're not supplying anything inside this, but who knows? No, it no likey. Back to the Chromium window. Get no self. No, I meant node, thank you. Somebody's confused, and that is not helping. That is also not useful. This might possibly be useful. I wonder if I can do self-name. I'm not worried about moving stuff around in my scene. The scene's going to be perfectly rigid. Junebug, Junebug, Junebug. Yeah, don't really love this, I tell you. Not loving that so much. But then that's a little bit fancy. Yeah, the challenge with this stuff is being able to bring back the name of, okay, hang on. Maybe this is it. No. Well, .name appears to be a property, although that might not be in C#. Okay, that's a problem too. Apparently you can do this. Or perhaps not. IDX int. Okay, how do we return an index then? It's the number of node names which make up the path, eh? What does it do with that nonsense? Failed to work is what it does. And again, if I simply comment that out, we're back to being okay. So I have a string named piano roll, and what I'm looking to do is load the name of the node that the script is attached to and replace this with that. I can do that on startup because I want to have multiple ones with different names. I could try working through this. Well, hang on a moment, that returns a string. Oh, buh. Probably unhelpful. Get node. So it apparently replaces stuff as it goes. Fine, fine. Could that possibly work? No, it does not. Godot log, print me something. What is this printing if it is not what I think it is? Because we're going to run, and we're going to see what it did. What? Can you stop? It might be printing, but I can't see what I printed because it filled the log with error messages immediately. Memory services, run, build, problems, git. Meh. Well, let's put something in here that I can set the name to. It's not even able to use this or this. So note string becomes my new variable. Now, where are we actually working with that? I can get to it from here. Oh, no, wait, I should use the one. Where are we referring to note string? Here. I bet you it's here. There we go. and then nothing else will work, so it's fine. Scroll over to here. No, actually not there. Here. There. Now maybe it will set the note, that text, to what this actually is. No, it has not, has it? It hasn't done a damn thing. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. Woof. Well, is it letting me make it anything? Is that going to display anything, or is it just going to fail? No, it displayed. Yeah, getNodeGetPathName is failing to return anything. There's your problem. That's why it's not able to do anything with it, because this is not returning a damn thing. What if we give it an index number? No, it doesn't like that, does it? What if we don't have it have these at all? No, it needs that, doesn't it? Can you do self? Sure can't. Okay. So this at least is part of the problem. Back to Google. I've only got like 2 minutes of stream left. Let's see if we can't find one little thing that will let me make all of these be relative to the controller. Chat, you guys are making me crazy right now. Just know that. Know that you are being insufferable. Godot is the one I want. Thank you, Prince. It will evaluate to false. Okay. Is a constructor. So how do you go about using this stuff? Oh, that created an empty notepad. Fine. See here, the challenge here is that all of that is well and good, but what I'm trying to do is get the name of whatever object I'm calling it within. All right, see you later, Grants. IDX int. Okay, interesting. So int get name count a. Well, it didn't like that much, did it? Interesting. And yet seemingly useless. Oof. Woof. You would think this would be a thing that one could do. You really would. Okay, name of the node you are in. Okay, there's something going on here. It's dinner time. It really is. This looks messy. Stop that. I actually don't want to do it with a... No. Current node that has attached strip. That is exactly what I was looking to do. Oh, is that C#? This. That'd be interesting if that worked. I was saying self, but... Looky at that. But does it work? Not so seed notice. That's unfortunate. That is most unfortunate. Oh, it needs a node path. Well, now what? Could that be the answer? No, it could not. Maybe this is the script we're in? Here you're still having to I need to not furnish the name. I'm getting the name this way. Oh, could it be this? We're about to find out. So far, so not good. But the night is young. It's too damn young. I see nothing here. And this is what stops it from working. What if this? Nope. Oh boy. Well, what are we even getting, though? Like, it's returning nothing. It's returning absolutely nothing every single time. Maybe this get path is returning nothing. No wonder that's not a very highly rated answer. So they're trying to get this from here. We keep having to resort to naming it. I don't like that. It does not make me happy. That said, I'm actually fairly close to having a kind of workaround. I just don't like it. I want it to be done automatically. Here's the workaround. Oh, are we stuck? Can we not be stuck, please? No, we're stuck and we're broken. Excellent. How about we save that and then try again? No, it's not any happier than it was. That's dumb. We are still turbo broken. What the hell? Well, let's literally put this back to where we started. Save that. And go from here. Okay. Failure. Failure. Also, these don't belong here. These belong somewhere else. There's got to be a way of doing this. If we do this, we break it, and it will not work. So you can't find any of its parts because the parts are named after something different. If we do this, it is fine. Here's the catch. Now we have two of them. That one's fine, that one ain't. And we only have one script because I don't want to have multiple scripts. I need to do this with it. And if I do this, it's interacting with these, but it's updating this. And it's only using these. But this is where this starts. So all the children, it's supposed to be drawing something here, but it ain't. And if we go back to this, we are not referring indirectly to all of these things, and so it's all still localized here. And this is not reacting because this is not being referred to because it has a different parent. Parent being this device here. Is it maybe drawing in only one place or something? Surely not. Oh, wait, maybe I've got some kind of access that has not been updated. Okay, so if I do this one thing, I'm going to count it as good enough. That's referring to the correct one. That's referring to the correct one. Where are we finding the other one? It should be a distinct instance. That's where. Gotcha. Gotcha. So if this works, I'm calling it a day. I will call that the biggest of victories I'm able to get at the moment. Let's continue searching. Oh, were we not finding anything more? What even does it think it's doing? That's crazy. I don't know why. New line? Okay. Ha. Again, No, not Po, piano roll. Last place. Let's see if we can find it again. And no, that's fine. Alrighty. That one responds appropriately. And now if I update it to be piano roll 2, now what? Okay. We're going to call that good enough for today. It is getting on towards 5:30, well, 5:20. And I do not know where to take this. But updating only one variable, which I don't apparently get to do in any sensible way. I certainly can't make it read its own information. But updating one variable can change the control of this from one place to another. And then all I got to do is this. And we're back to this one. So the only thing I'm lacking is the ability to give them unique names and refer to the name somehow so that I can have multiple ones of these in parallel just by duplicating them here. And if I can work that out, I will give myself a biscuit, or at least a taco. On that note, and yeah, more's the pity, Junebug is correct, Toon Screaming. One day I'd like to learn whether Junebug is a bot. It seems like it would be interesting to find out, but I'll never know. So I'm just going to assume that Junebug is a bot. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.